Thank you.
Good morning, Alice members and everyone listening in on the hall looking at the long Commission Council urban meeting via telecommunication April 25th, 2022, 10 o'clock a.m. Roll call, Honorable Madam Chair Engineer Charles Newton.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair, the
roll
time
call.
for roll call.
Oh, I'm here. You can't hear Sherelle, FYI.
Okay, I think
I
there's
think
technical
technical
difficulty
difficulty
here.
here.
Staff is connected to the Zoom link, and
Hi, Chair.
something's
We
wrong.
can't hear you. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
It sounds like you're in a canyon. There's an echo.
Turn that one on.
And there's also a buzzing sound. There you go. The buzzing sound is gone.
Step back. Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Who's first?
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Shiprock.
Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton is present. Honorable Ottoso.
I'm present.
Honorable Ottoso is present. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 members present, which constitutes a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we do have a quorum established at this time. We'll go ahead and proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is invocation. I'd like to ask Vice Chair, I believe it is Ronald Singer who had requested this meeting. Is he there with you in Kayenta?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to go and provide invocation.
All right, that'll work. Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, that is glado distingue yat tange indawishi so baben nache nahon ni so nan sen lini tak tandahon babe tandahina or distingue kont is kani dahiat on is kani dado le so he aliado le kidin eat on is ibnish asani tini ego kodoni ke doni hijat ni is ni sakis ni het os haj hide leg ehton khanna dille ebik hayat eho yitalo le soto hada ego le tado le spini ni so adona baben nache ko ni kiden ege ya sakona tani lini donda konde nishin ham kiden do bsen lodo ibn yedin Debek har distinct ja konin chose inodisne. Ni wei danit lin yajudanit lin sudanit lin yidanit lin. Debek har distinct kon chose in. Tejolo ne kejolo ne. Dan week har jon lin le. Ujuna sleep, ujuna sleep, ujuna sleep, ujuna sleep. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Thank you for providing us the invocation. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to recognizing guests and visiting officials. I'd like to begin by asking, again, I don't have the Zoom link, so I don't know which delegates are on the line. Do we have any delegates who is online at this time? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the office of the speaker?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee, staff, guests, and Kayenta Township chapter officials. This is Nikita Kirk, Legislative Staff Assistant, Office of the Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita. Do we have anybody from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line? Dan, do we have anybody from the Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Law and Order Committee. This is Dana Bobroff from the Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff, for announcing yourself. Do we have anybody here from the Office of Legislative Services besides Lorraine and Sherelle? Not hearing anything. Do we have anybody from Judicial Branch on the line?
Madam Chair, this is Joanne Jane, Chief Justice, here on the line. There are also staff on the line also. And good morning, Ate Bene. Thank you.
Good morning, Chief Justice. Thank you for being on the line. Can you have your staff members announce themselves?
Thank you.
Yant Ayabina, this is Karen Francis, Government Relations Officer. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Ben Mario. Hi, Chair. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lucinda Yellowhair, Chief Probation Officer.
Good morning. This is go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, Dave Bennett, good morning. This is Stephen at City from the Judicial Branch.
This is Elaine Henderson with Peacemaking Program.
Good morning, all. This is Sharon Watchman from Judicial Branch. Thank you.
Good morning. This is Raquel Chi from the Judicial Branch.
Good morning. This is Regina Rodenhurst. I'm the court administrator for the trial court out in the Eastern Agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Judicial Branch, for announcing yourself on the line. We do appreciate all the work that you guys are doing, and it's great that we do have the Chief Justice here with us today joining us. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the Office of the President and Vice President on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair and LOC. This is Tamara Johnson with the Office of the President and Vice President.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson. Do we have anybody from the executive branch on the line, starting with Division of Public Safety? We should have the fire chief on the line. Lorraine, can you reach out to him and let him know that he needs to be on the line? Do we have anybody from the Department of Justice on the line?
Madam Chair,
Yes, the Vice Chair?
I think we could get Tamara Johnson from the OPVP office to reach out to their division director and their don't know why they're not on here. They should be on here. And if Tamara Johnson could reach out to the fire chief and the director for public safety, could you guys please get a hold of them, because this is a oversight committee meeting. So I would like to request that Office of the President reach out to them, because that's who they work for. That's their political appointees. They should be on here. We shouldn't be asking them to get online. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. You are correct. We do have a representative from the Office of the President and Vice President. We do need the fire chief on the line. I believe that they were aware of this meeting and they were sent information. Is that correct, Lorraine? Did you send the information to Fire Chief Chi?
Madam Chair, can you hear me? It was sent to Division of Public Safety Director.
I'm sorry, you let the Division of Public Safety Director know about today's meeting?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. Is there anybody else who wishes to announce themselves on the record for being a part of this call or being at the meeting there, meeting site there in Kayenta?
Madam Chair, Kayenta Township here.
Go ahead. I don't know who that was. I waited for the echoing to stop. We can't hear anything on this end. The only thing we hear are echoes. Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Madam Chair, we can hear you.
Yes. Okay, go ahead and I don't know who was getting ready to speak. If there's anybody there at the Kansas Township, if they'd like to speak now to introduce themselves.
Madam Chair, Kansas Township already introduced himself.
Vice Chair, there's a loud echo, but if you want to go ahead and have the people there introduce themselves at this time.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair, there's no echo when you're
Yes.
talking.
The Township Fire Department introduced themselves here. Also, the Township Commissioners that are present did their introduction. The time when your phone was echoing, and then the Judicial Branch here in Kayenta, they introduced themselves. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for that. So with that, we'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward at this time. We do have the next item on the agenda, which is review and adopt the agenda. Lorraine, can you read the agenda into the record?
Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 24th Navajo Nation Council, regular meeting through telecommunication, April 25th, 2022, 10 a.m. presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairwoman, Honorable Otto Vice Chairperson, location Kayenta Township Conference Room, Kayenta, Arizona. 1, call to order, roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review and adopt agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journals for March 31st, 2022, April 1st, 2022, and April 11th, 2022. 5, receiving reports. A, report from Judicial Branch on the directive issued to Judicial Branch on February 14, 2022, to provide a written and verbal report in regards to condition of appropriation and legislative concerns. B, report from Ronald Singer, Fire Chief, Kayenta Fire Department, and Kayenta Fire Department, and Kayenta Township Fire Department. 6, old business done. 7, new business. A, nomination for the Net Action Plan Advisory Group. Office of the Speaker is seeking recommendation for a designee to participate in the advisory group for the Net Action Plan resolution, which was signed into law on October 14, 2021. B, discussion. The Nation Executive Board of
did I wake you up?
ABN is requesting to meet
Oh,
with
okay.
law
You're not working
enforcement
nights?
on May 9th,
Okay,
actually,
cool.
Arizona,
When do you go to
to hear
work?
concerns and to present the resolution.
Okay.
The
Hey,
next
quick
one,
question.
police officer week in Washington,
Who
DC,
can we speak
on May
to about
11th
like
through the
irrigation
17th,
stuff?
11th.
Who controls the
Lorraine,
irrigation?
somebody else is speaking and we can hear them.
Okay, they were muted.
Thank you.
Going back to discussion, police officer week in Washington, DC, on May 11th through the 17th, 2022. Request for off reservation travel to attend the event. 2 Navajo officers' names will be added who will be attending. And then the last one is designate a LOC member to be on Judge Clyde's third 6-month performance review team. 8, close the meeting announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that reading, Lorraine. So with that, the agenda has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second?
Motion by Vice Chair.
Eugene, so is
Motion made by Honorable Vince James, second by Honorable Eugene. So, committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to accept the agenda. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chair votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazi absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. So with that, the agenda hereby passes. We do have an agenda that is set before us today. We'll go ahead and proceed to item number 4, review and adopt the journals. We do have 3 journals that are posted on the agenda, and all 3 journals have been sent to us via email. March 31st, 2022 journal, April 1st, 2022 journal, and April 11th, 2022 journal. Committee members, we can handle this 2 ways. One is we can motion to accept all 3 journals that are listed and posted on the agenda, or we can motion and vote on each journal that's listed on the agenda separately. How would the committee like to proceed?
Madam Chair, I'm going to motion to accept all 3 at the same time. Thank you. That's my motion.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So there was an echo, but I believe I heard you say that you want a motion to accept all 3 journals. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, with that, committee members, all 3 journals there's a motion to accept all 3 journals at this time. Committee members, can I get a second?
Delegate Chair will second.
Delegate Vince James seconds the motion. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments regarding the journals? Not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote to accept the journals, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Chair votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton not voting. Honorable Eugene So not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazi absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. 2 in favor, 0 opposed, 3 not voting. The journals are hereby accepted. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 5. We are now at receiving reports. Our first report on the agenda is a report from the Judicial Branch on the directive issues to the Judicial Branch on February 14th, 2022, to provide a written and verbal report in regards to the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. I believe that we did receive a verbal report. We were waiting on the written report, is my understanding. But we do have the Judicial Branch on the line. Chief Justice Joanne Jane did announce her presence here on the Law and Order Committee meeting, as well as her staff. So with that, committee members, can I get a motion and a second to hear the report?
Vice Chair, motion.
Motion made by Honorable Vice Chair Otto So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second made by Honorable Vince James. So with that, Chief Justice, are you ready to provide your report to the Law and Order Committee this morning?
Oh, Yat thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yat Abene, Joanne Jane and Chef. Kapai Hedge, Kenya Ani Bashis Chin. Footage any dash chat, Kapai dash another. Good morning, everyone. Members of the Law and Order Committee, thank you for helping the judicial branch, assisting us with the request that you had on February 14, 2022. And let me step back a little bit also. I apologize. Although those staff who are on the line right now, the judicial branch staff, and then also those individuals that have joined the Law and Order Committee, those that are there in Kayenta. There are judicial branch staff there, or they may be on the line, and also other members of the community that have appeared both in person and then also with the online. The Law and Order Committee directed and requested as an opportunity also for us, the judicial branch, to come forward to seek their help to also collaborate with the Law and Order Committee in regards to what are some of the identified laws or policies that may need to be revised to improve some of the systemic issues that the judicial branch had. And then also there was, along with that, was the funding that would be required. There are 5 topics that the judicial branch has come up with, and certainly there are a lot more than 5 that the judicial branch has, however, however, the one that is presented in the written report that was, I believe, given to the Law and Order Committee has the 5 issues on the report, and we are here today to present the highlights of each of those topics. There are 5 issues and topics, and I would like to call it opportunities that we can collaborate on. And basically, one of those is the compensation rates for judges and justices. And staff have put together very succinctly but very thoroughly all of the existing policies, statutes, and laws or policies or all the other authority that goes along with each of those. And so this is written in the report. The other part of that is the part of the judges and justices challenges is the retention of the judges that we do have, then also the recruitment that would relate to one of the other challenges is housing. Moving on is second part of that is demonstrating knowledge of our the Nepazat. And so there is information on the report that the staff have put together for the Law and Order Committee. And I'm just highlighting these at this point. Staff through Stephen Etsity will be presenting the very detail if that is the wish of the Law and Order Committee. Also, for each of these 5 points, we have in there the suggested funding and then also the need for more funding. And hopefully we can identify with assistance and support from the Law and Order Committee where some of those fundings would come from. Another topic would be the development of specialty courts. The judicial branch consists of district courts, and then if there are going to be an additional courts that would be established, that would go through the Navajo Nation Council, and that would certainly go through Law and Order Committee for their support and recommendation at the same time. So moving on, after the specialty courts would be service of process. Service of process meaning that the documents that would be served to individuals that we need to get notice in whatever proceeding that that this process of service would entail. And the report again has all of the details about the service of process and where the recommended changes might be. Again, this is a collaboration that we would have with the Law and Order Committee, and then certainly with other affected departments of the Navajo Nation. So, and for example, the service of process for documents would also entail the Department of Public Safety. You know, they have their not recommendations, but they have their requirements also, and it's statutory and also part of policy. So that's part of the presentation that would be given by staff today. The other one is elevating Pueblo Pintada Circuit Court to a district court. Again, the Law and Order Committee would make recommendation to the Navajo Nation Council, who does ultimately decide whether a district court would be established. So with that, members of the Law and Order Committee, this is briefly a report, at least just highlighting at this point. And I would, Madam Chair, if it's permissible to have Stephen at CD go through some of these details on each of these topics. Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, also today is recognized as Navajo Nation Sovereignty Day. We have Sovereignty Day every day for our nation. And today, however, it's been set aside. So the judicial branch is taking this day to reflect on the role that we have, as a keeper of rights, as a keeper of the courts, and keeper of the processes that we have. The responsibility as the judicial branch to move forward and also to sustain the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation. With that, Madam Chair, thank you for allowing the judicial branch to be on this meeting today.
On a working week, she had. She said, Chris is aware of it.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Chief Justice. Mr. Stephen Atsidi.
Nayate, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief Justice Joanne Jane, Otto, everybody that's on the Zoom meeting today. I wanted to just verify a couple of statements from earlier as we opened up this discussion.
Okay.
We did submit a written report, I believe, on the evening of April 14th.
Okay,
I think it around maybe towards the midnight hour, so it might have been date stamped in your emails, April 15th. But that was submitted via email, and then in follow-up to that email, there was a request that was made to provide hard copy versions of the report, and those were deposited at the Legislative Services, the mailboxes for the delegates. Can I just make sure that everybody has a written copy? Madam Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Atsidi. Does this conclude the report provided to us by the judicial branch?
No. I'm just asking if everybody has the written report, because earlier you stated that there was only a verbal report. We actually submitted the written report, and now we're doing the verbal report.
Okay, so with that, committee members, has everyone received a copy of the report?
Madam Chair, I got my copy.
Okay, so it looks like Lorraine Spencer sent that out here just now at 10:36 a.m., so we should all have a copy. Thank you for that, Lorraine. Yes, Mr. Atsidi, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. As our Chief Justice gave an overview, I wanted to highlight a couple of more issue areas that are included in our report. And I also wanted to express my appreciation for this opportunity because several of these topics, these issue areas, we have been in discussion with the LOC over the past year and a half or so, as far as the issue of service of process. We've had some discussion about that from the judicial branch's perspective. And then one of the issues and topics that we also included in this is concerns and suggestions and plans that we're doing and things that we're doing right now, plans that we're making and actions that we're taking right now to address some of the issues around probate cases. And then we have, we mentioned that there is a need not only within the judicial branch, but perhaps across the entire Navajo Nation government to begin accomplishing some significant steps towards the use of our technology in the information technology area, using our computers for the appropriate use and the secure use of e-signatures. So in addition to what Chief Justice provided in her overview, I wanted to make sure that that was understood by all of the members of the LOC, that those are also included in this paper that we provided you with. So as Chief Justice mentioned, some of the very first few topics, they all fall under authority that is provided under Navajo Nation Code Title VII, which is the title that's set aside for the purposes of the judicial branch. And one of the first topics is one of the most critical aspects that the judicial branch has been managing and that we've been trying to make progress in, and that is in the area of recruiting and hiring judges and justices for the bench on the Navajo Nation. We currently have all of the justice positions filled, and as you recall, there have been discussions about the vacancies of the judges across the districts on the Navajo Nation. And one of the most critical aspects that we've needed to get more information on is how to make recommendations on compensation. And I believe that over the past year and a half, we have informed the committee that the judicial branch undertook a salary study for judges and justices positions, and that was completed over a year ago, and we've conveyed that over to the committee, but we have yet to have a discussion about this topic, about this important aspect of the support the judicial branch needs, and how filling the positions of all the vacant judges does require a multitude of factors, and one of the most basic ones is a review of the compensation rates. And so we provided a copy of that study to the committee once before. We highlight it in this paper as well, and we may need to make sure that you have copies of that study. If you do not have that in your files, we can get you copies of those. But we raise it as a very important topic. In addition to compensation, one of the issues raised in the study also speaks to another need, which is critical to recruitment and also retention of judges and justices who are placed on the bench within the Navajo Nation, and that is the issue of housing. And I know that we have worked with the committee, and we have also worked with the Division of Public Safety, because the housing needs also extend to officials within the Division of Public Safety. Our police officers and their management corps have housing needs across the reservation. And I know we put some effort into that last year and came up with some proposed housing types, and we got an estimate of the cost to construct 2 different types of housing for which would be used to house public safety and judicial personnel. But we raise that and we include that as a topic for discussion in response to the directive. And so those are issues that harken back to the authorities in Title VII about how judges are brought onto the bench. And there's one other aspect of Title VII that we wanted to raise, and Chief Justice mentioned it earlier, and that is some of the criteria that is now in place under statute and how it is being exercised as candidates are brought forward. They step forward and submit themselves to the review process, and through that process there are a range of criteria that they have to meet. And one of the areas that we wanted to discuss with the committee is the language requirement. And so that is mentioned in this paper. So those are a couple of the issues that pertain to aspects of the judicial branch's authorities and responsibilities under Title VII, and also extends to responsibilities that are given to the Law and Order Committee. The last item under the Title VII topic has to deal with, as Chief Justice mentioned, the development of what are often referred to as specialty courts. We've been approached by delegates over the past several years requesting for consideration and expressing the need for specialty courts such as a business court that was articulated by Delegate Key Allen Begay several times. We do know that we have used funding in the past to explore some of these types of courts. The one that we seem to have a fair amount of success in limited application is something called the community court, and some of those aspects of that project still are being used in our Aneth district, and we speak to that in this paper. But it has some support also voiced by our probation and parole services unit within the judicial branch. They see that as a very culturally appropriate and very good tool to further develop and apply across the judicial branch. The grant that provided this pilot project ended years ago, but some of the practices that were learned under that project are still being applied in the Aneth Judicial District, but it doesn't have broad application. So we raised that as an issue. And then more recently, there was a discussion that the Law and Order heard regarding the development of what are generally referred to as problem-solving courts, which was presented by Ms. Regina Begay-Roanhorse, the court administrator from Alamo and Tohajale judicial districts. With her grant experience, she's been working on outreach and addressing the needs of veterans and how through the courts, improvements in judicial services to veterans can be augmented and improved. And she presented last fall, and in December, I believe there was a presentation that she made to the Law and Order Committee about the wellness courts and veterans treatment courts, and that even went as far as highlighting some potential statutory language that was offered up by Ms. Regina Begay-Roanhorse. And so she's on the line with us today and looking forward to the discussion on that. So those 4 areas under Title IV we highlight. I'm not going to say any more about that. We're going to move on to the other topic areas that we have listed in our paper. The next issue area is about service of process, and I mentioned that we have talked about this in the past because the judicial branch has been fortunate to get resources through the CARES and now through ARPA to put to use to assist with service of process, and we are doing that through the contracting out of the services for domestic violence cases, and we do know that there have been a lot of other areas where service of process has been there hasn't been a lot of resources for that from other parts of the Navajo Nation government that have responsibilities. It's my general understanding that the police department has a substantial responsibility and role for service of process, but over the last 2 years, with the onset of the coronavirus pandemic public health emergency, they've been directed to the front lines of protecting and providing safety and services in response to the pandemic. And with their officers tending to those priorities, service of process has been reduced in terms of their workload. However, with the ongoing cases that are on the dockets and on the schedules of our courts, there is still a need for service of process for all cases, not just domestic violence. And so I believe it is timely and it is important for us to have the discussion about how to improve service of process across the board. The judicial branch highlights that we have over $1 million in unspent CARES Act money that was given back in an appropriation under ARPA, and we are now engaged in the process of entering into contracts with individual private persons who will become private process servers. We have the first batch of contracts that are going through the Section 164 review process as we speak, and we are encouraged to have this discussion with the Law and Order Committee in follow-up to
Mr.
other...
Your time is
Yes.
up. We gave you guys 20 minutes on the clock. Normally we give 15 minutes, so I apologize, your time is up. So with that, committee members, the information has been provided to us both verbally and also in writing. Are there any questions at this time regarding the conditions of appropriations and the legislative concerns?
Madam Chair, can we give him a few more minutes, 5 minutes maybe?
Honorable Eugene So, the code says 20 minutes, and so we've given them the entire 20 minutes. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Yeah, Madam Chair, because we did give him 5 minutes more when we felt like it from the committee. Thank you.
No, Honorable Eugene So, we give them an additional 5 minutes. Usually we give them 15 minutes, and then if they need an additional 5, we give it to them, but the code only allows for up to 20 minutes. So they've used up their 20 minutes. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, to the judicial branch, you know you have a condition of appropriation that has been issued with the comprehensive budget FY22. And my question to you is, through the report, yes, you talked about the issues and the progress that you guys are having. And what I'm getting to is that as you go before Budget and Finance Committee, this is your dollars, your program dollars. Did you comply? How far are you with complying with the condition of appropriations to 100%? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, I'll go ahead and,
Madam
yes,
Chair,
Vice Chair Otto. So
I will be jumping off the phone. I have to get on another call for about a good 30 minutes. So just FYI, thank you.
thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So Vice Chair Vince, I'm sorry, Honorable Vince James and Honorable Eugene. So in order to keep quorum, the both of you have to stay on the line. So just an FYI. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? I do want to announce that we do have Delegate Nathaniel Brown, who is on the line at this time. So just an FYI.
Madam
Okay,
Chair, I'm at my appointment, so don't know when I will get off.
Law and Order Committee members, it is stated in the Navajo Nation Code that your responsibility lies to the committee. By law, we meet the second, third, and fourth Mondays of every month. Unless there is a Navajo Nation Council meeting, then we have to reschedule our committee meeting. In this case, I believe that that's what happened. We have provided the dates and the times. I have gone through this with you, committee members, many times. Put it in your calendar at 10 o'clock every second, third, and fourth Mondays of every month is when we meet. So
Point of
if
order,
we
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Otto, so.
Madam Chair, I did inform you that it's a legal matter with Department of Justice that I have to get on the phone for 30 minutes. All I asked, I didn't say I'm going to miss the meeting the rest of the day, but I have a legal matter with another tribe that's regarding a treaty with the Navajo Nation. They are meeting at this time, and it requires my attention in my delegate region. All I have to say. Thank you.
Vice Chair Otto, so I just checked my text messages and my emails. I did not receive that information.
I text that to you earlier, so that's all I can say. Thank you.
Again, I haven't received that text message, but thank you for letting us know. So with that,
Madam
committee
Chair?
members, are there, yes, Vice Chair Otto, so.
Yes, at this time, you can operate off of just doing the reports, and we can accept the reports when I get back online. Now, I will actually be outside the building here. And like again, it's a meeting with the Department of Justice at this time. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or any other comments regarding the report that has been provided to us here at this time by the judicial branch? Okay, not hearing anything, judicial branch. There was a question posed to you by Vice Chair Otto. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you at this time.
Madam Chair, this is Chief Justice Jane. I will make a brief statement, and then Stephen can fill in. I believe Stephen's still on the line. As the Law and Order Committee recalls, we did, the judicial branch came before the Law and Order Committee, and then also in regards to, eventually we went to the Budget and Finance Committee in regards to our legislative concern and condition of appropriation. And I wanted to make that statement up front that we did submit our report at the time, and then we also made verbal comments. And so I'd like to have Stephen follow up with this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Stephen City, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I keep needing to check because I'm pressing *6 to make sure I'm in the right mode.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. As Chief Justice Jane mentioned, on February 14th, we did provide a written and a verbal report to the Law and Order Committee, and that is in compliance with the written condition of appropriation. And then there was also 4 legislative concerns. The written report included our responses to those issues raised in those legislative concerns. We did also present that to the Law and Order Committee. For the legislative concerns, we were directed to present those to both the Law and Order Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee. And so, as Chief Justice mentioned, the next day on February 15th, we presented the exact same report to the Budget and Finance Committee. And so on February 14th, the Law and Order Committee voted on the report, and I believe it was a 1 in favor, 2 opposed vote. And so that was the record for the Law and Order Committee. The next day on February 15th, the Budget and Finance Committee voted 4 in favor and 0 opposed on our reports. However, there was a recommendation. Well, this directive that we're speaking on today came out of the Law and Order Committee discussion on the COA Legislative Concern Report on February 14th, and so we're following up with the Law and Order Committee with this directive. Coming out of the Budget and Finance Committee, there was a request to have a leadership meeting, and that leadership meeting was proposed for dates in March, but it seems like those dates were not workable, so now we have a date of April 28th to have this leadership meeting and follow up to that presentation from February 15th in the Budget and Finance Committee meeting. But as far as the language of the legislative concerns and the COA and compliance to basically answer Delegate Otto So's question, we have complied. I did submit a report to OMB at the end of the second quarter that explained everything that we have done to comply with the language in the COA and the legislative concerns. We were supposed to have completed a written and verbal report to both committees before the end of the second quarter, and so we have done that. And today we are following up on the discussions that we had with the Law and Order Committee. On the 28th, we understand that we will be having a leadership meeting with both committees and a multitude of offices and programs that work with the courts. So that discussion is going to be broader than what was held on February 15th. That was just a singular report by the Judicial Branch to the Budget and Finance Committee. But on the 28th, on Thursday, there will be other representatives of the Public Defender's Office, the Prosecutor's Office, Public Safety, et cetera, people that we call our partners in the judicial system sitting with us in this leadership meeting to discuss issues of improving judicial administration throughout the entire judicial system of the Navajo Nation. So, Madam Chair, that's my response to Delegate Vice Chair Otto So's question.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding the report that has been provided to us here by the Judicial Branch? Okay, not hearing anything. We'll go ahead and proceed.
Nale.
Oh,
Yeah.
Honorable
Delegate
Vince
James.
James, the floor is yours.
Yat Nale, other members of LOC, other judicial branch, na dito sa isunod sa akin. Yat nito listo na atikit niki quite give it has anito ben haho iban na. Ya dite is na hasofne to nana kodo anahi ahi. But has anje ado kodo ishan hola. Dite anahi ahi to da the base on our vagi bitchin na hindi ado in liniki he ke hat indo lehiki ba hatten the kui go she na has ako o kodo shitin in liniki job han the kui sheet did probate aje grazing permit that hiki job that hiki do other things for quite la ha ki la ni hol jishla adat benach nisto aje just in the has aniki that ati ya ben das nisto ati that in da ini benach sos benan nisto de do liki oko shisizindo hot but not this kid only for need a di kodo between hindi only hiki been the short mission achi kodo she a hood be now late do halate kodo basement and lenigi ni cut di losla quite a did not source ni hit queen la gila be inch a kodo ne na so la ya ben da deal nishla halit da ne to put out kodo na the kit liniki etsa ni ishan ishla on the
Thank you for that, Honorable Vince James. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the judicial branch at this time to answer the questions that have been posed by Honorable Vince James. Chief Justice, the floor is yours. Chief Justice Joanne Jane, the floor is yours. Last and final call for Chief Justice Joanne Jane. Committee members, the Chief Justice is not responding at this time. She is the lead agent for this report. How would the committee like to proceed at this time?
Delegate James, let's just move on. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice. Thank you for that, Delegate James. Since we don't have the main agent on the line, we're going to go ahead and refer this item to the next Law and Order Committee agenda. Hopefully, the Chief Justice can stay on the line to provide us an update. Lorraine, please go ahead and make that change for the next Law and Order Committee meeting. So with that, we'll go ahead and move forward to the next item on the agenda. Item B, report from Ronald Singer, the fire chief for the Kanta Fire Department of Kanta Fire Department and Kanta Township Fire Department. Mr. Ronald Singer, are you on the line?
Yes, good morning, this is Chief Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Singer. So with that, committee member, we do have the agent on the line to provide us the report. Can I get a motion and a second to hear this report from Mr. Ronald Singer?
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion made by Honorable Vince James. Can I get a second?
Second by Vice Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Second by Honorable Otto So, Vice Chair for Law and Order Committee. So with that, we'll go ahead and Mr. Singer, I believe that you have provided a report to this committee before. Let me just remind you the procedure. You have 15 minutes on the clock. You can request for an additional 5 minutes with a total of 20 minutes that will be given to you to provide your presentation. You can call up to 2 agents to help assist you with your presentation. And during this time, I would like to ask everyone to make sure that their phone is on mute so that the presenter is not interrupted. Upon completion of your presentation, if you could just let us know that you're done with your presentation, then we can go ahead and turn the floor over to the committee members for questions. And then the only thing that I'd like to ask you is just to remind your agents that the way that it works here at Law and Order Committee and every committee per the code is the chair has to call upon you. So if you refer to your agents, I will just briefly call upon your agents to help assist you. So with that, Mr. Singer, do you have any questions at this time regarding the procedure? Mr. Ronald Singer? Mr. Ronald Singer?
Try it again.
Yeah, no question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Singer. So with that, again, I would like to remind everyone who is listening in either through teleconference or on your cell phone to make sure that your mute button is it's highlighted to show that you're on mute. Usually there's a red line that's across your microphone that shows that you are muted. If you are not muted, Lorraine, if you could please make sure that these people who are not muted, that you hang up on them and they can call back in. But we have a 0 tolerance rule here at Law and Order Committee. If your phone is not muted, you're interrupting the business of the Law and Order Committee, and you're interrupting the business of the Navajo Nation and of the Navajo people. So with that, Mr. Singer, there has been a motion and a second established for you at this time for you to provide the report. I'll go ahead and give you 15 minutes on the clock. If you need an additional 5 minutes, just let us know. So with that, Mr. Singer, the floor is yours.
Okay, again, good morning, Madam Chair and other commissioners that are listening in. My name is Ronald Singer. I'm the current Kanta Township Fire Chief. Hoy right now, I do have 2 that I like to recognize here too as well is my staff from the Kanta Fire Department. Also, Chris Golden, Township Commissioner, and Acting Manager Jerry Lafter. They're going to be here to help me with any questions that you may ask.
Yeah. So he's talking right now.
I'm going to start off with a history
from
of
here.
the
And it's gonna
Kanta
echo.
Township.
So when he's talking, just
Fire
when he's done or they ask him,
Department.
you
Sorry,
can just
Mr. Singer, Sherelle, please mute your phone. Mr. Singer, I apologize for that. One of our administrators didn't have her phone on mute and somebody was talking over you. Mr. Singer, the floor is yours. Mr. Singer, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
I'm talking about this mic.
Okay, I don't know if you got the other.
When he's talking, the sound's coming out
President
here.
of the,
It's gonna feed in the ear when this is on.
Acting manager, Jerry Laffer.
Mr. Singer, I am so sorry. When you're talking, there's two other people who are talking. And I showed that Sherelle's phone, I think you're talking through Sherelle's phone. So the conversations that are happening right near you, near the phone, we're hearing it.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Adoso, go ahead.
staff is not talking. I'm over here. So that's all it is. I'm not too sure where the talking is coming from. So I'm up back in the building.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. On my end, with what I'm seeing here on teleconference, when Mr. Singer is talking, Sherelle's phone is lit up, but then there's also talking that's happening that's being picked up. So I'm not sure if Sherelle's phone is near somebody else and they're having a conversation, but you hear about 2 or 3 conversations going on at that time. And then we're also trying to hear what Mr. Singer is saying. I apologize.
They're using Sherelle's phone for the microphone to be heard on the speaker. That's why you're getting the signal that Sherelle's phone, someone's talking, but that's actually picking up Mr. Singer, allowing Mr. Singer to be heard through the web.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. We'll try again, Mr. Singer. We'll go ahead and restart your time again, and hopefully we don't hear the other conversations, but there are conversations that the phone is picking up. So I'm not sure, and the conversation is a little bit louder than you are, so I'm not sure how that's picking up other conversations. But Mr. Singer, if you can go ahead and start back from the beginning. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
My name is Ronald Singer, current Kenta Township Fire Chief. Toyet leaning snip and a bus chimp and a dash chin national agity and a shaye sense at Ade. I'd also like to recognize my staff here present. Also the current Kenta Township Commissioner Chris Cascoli and the acting Township Manager Jerry Laffer, who are also going to be here to help me assist in any questions that the commissioners might ask. I'm going to start with the brief history of the Kenta Fire Department from past to current. It's going to be a brief report. But the Kenta Township Fire Department was established in 1986 as the Kenta Volunteer Fire Department that was operating on 100% volunteer firefighters. Its source of funding was through donations and assistance from various organizations and charities. They operate on donated equipment, donated emergency vehicles that required constant maintenance and services. They operated from a maintenance building at the Kenta School. However, fortunately, in 1986, the Navajo Nation had built a building that housed all equipment and vehicles and staff, although there was no barracks for them for a 24-hour coverage. The building is currently operated as of today. Majority of the structure turnouts that are currently being worn are used or donated by Peabody Coal Mine. The emergency vehicles that they responded were from a 1978 500-gallon GPM pumper which was donated by the Peabody Coal Mine. Also, a 1986 Chevy van that was retrofitted to a rescue unit that was donated by Peabody as well. In 1996, a Ford fire truck was retrofitted as a rescue that was purchased through the department through donated funds. In 1996, the Navajo Nation provided
a 1996 1000 GPM Kodiak pumper to replace the 78 pumper due to constant repairs. However, in 2002, the Navajo Nation recovered the apparatus due to operational reasons. So to replace that 96 Kodiak apparatus, the Salt River Project donated a 1979 Ford apparatus, although that had issues as well. In 2003, the Kayenta Township had purchased a 2003 fire apparatus through tax revenues generated from the township to replace the 79 fire apparatus. That is currently being used as of today. In 2012, the Kayenta Volunteer Fire Department began to get more assistance and funding through the Kayenta Township. Although not fully incorporated through the township, they provided funds to continue to provide services such as training, personal protective equipment, and other services. However, they still receive donations. In 2018, the Kayenta Township fully acquired the department and fully funded department that allowed compensation for volunteers for the response. They also began to provide necessary equipment, compensation, and training that the volunteers required. The funds for the department were generated from tax revenues from the Kayenta Township community. That was the sole source of the funds of the fire department. 3 full-time positions were established to maintain the operations, equipment, the maintenance, and services, and preventive maintenance on the vehicles. The positions that were established were the fire chief, senior firefighter, and a firefighter position, which are still being used as of today. In 2019, the COVID-19 pandemic caused a serious decline in tax revenues for the Kayenta Township, as with the executive order of the Navajo Nation president that ceased all businesses operation on the Navajo Nation. With this order, the Kayenta Township had to use its reserve funds to maintain necessary operations for the community of the Kayenta. Drastic measures were made that resorted to abolishing some non-essential positions with the Kayenta Township. With this action, the need for first responder was a critical component that needed to continue operations with the current available funds. Fire personnel put themselves in harm's way and risk their lives continue to provide service for the community and as well as the surrounding communities. Reserve funding were created to allow fire personnel to be compensated through such services. But they were placed on 24-hour shifts. Unfortunately, some of the fire personnel tested positive for the virus, and which resulted in reduction in personnel. A decision was made to allow personnel to operate on a 24-hour basis to provide continued coverage. In 2021, just recently last year, with all this pandemic and the need for personnel, 5 positions were established among the other 3 personnel that would require 24-hour, 7 days a week coverage of full-time positions. So as of today, the Kayenta Township has some shortfalls operating services to local surrounding communities. Currently, the department solely operates revenues generated through the local businesses. However, the Kayenta Township had received no assistance or funds from the Navajo Nation during the pandemic. Requests were made for assistance through the CARES Act and the Opera Fund. However, we did not receive any funds. We relied solely on the tax revenues, which again was the decline from the pandemic. As the department provides services off the Navajo Kayenta Township boundaries, also caused wear and tear on equipment and vehicles. The maintenance of the equipment and vehicles had to be prioritized critical needs basis only to allow equipment and vehicles to be continued to operate. However, there were much work that still needed to be done to continue our operations. Since the department's existence, they needed training, personal equipment, all necessary components of the to continue to provide fire and rescue operations for the Kayenta Township and the surrounding communities. Since my tenure here, I've been trying to provide some training to keep personnel up to date on the services and certifications to apply with the national standards. With that, we had a fire academy here that was recently completed in February. 7 of the personnel completed the program. We are still trying to seek other training, which I'll be providing to continue the operations, which is like an EMT, first responder, other components, inspecting, and all those necessary components to continue as a fire operation. The one thing that the department lacks is facility, funding, and training and PPEs to continue these operations. The department responds not only to the Kayenta Township, but we also respond to other areas off the township, such as far as Oho, Monument Valley, Utah, close to Red Mesa, halfway to Rock Point, close to Rough Rock, near past Inscription House, Forest Lake. So we cover a wide area with the staff that we have, and every time we respond, our average response time to the location is around 30 to 40 minutes, depending on the weather and terrain, which leaves the Kayenta Township exposed to any hazards that may come, especially with only the vehicles that we currently have and the staff. So what the department is seeking is a legislation was presented a couple of years ago for the 5% or 5% percent of the fire rescue of tax that's being provided to the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue. That legislation was submitted a little over 3 years ago, and to my understanding, the first one that was submitted didn't go through. So a second one was created, and I don't know where that legislation is. I've been inquiring about that legislation, and that's why I requested this meeting to see where that legislation is and to see if that legislation can be processed for approval to continue to provide more services for the Kayenta Township and its surrounding community. The Kayenta Township Fire Department is solely the only solar fire department in the northern western area, which again we provide services for all these areas. We also assist the Monument Valley, Utah Fire as well, if they request us, or the Navajo Nation Fire Department out of Chinle and Tuba City. So if assistance is needed, we will provide a backup for them. And plus that, we also cover 4 counties, current one, Navajo County, Apache County, Coconino County, and San Juan, Utah County. So the department responds to a large area with what we have. And with the distance and travel and the terrain, our vehicles have a lot of wear and tear. Fortunately, last year, the township, we acquired a 2022 Timber Warrior fire apparatus to replace the 2003 fire apparatus, which has a lot of wear and tear. That was brought up to the township, so they saw the need to replace the older vehicle. And it's these types of scenarios that require additional funding. And with the pandemic that struck us, our revenues had dropped dramatically to where we started to rely on, I'm starting to rely on assistance from other counties. I sought assistance through the Navajo County, which they approved us for some portable radios. I did apply for some grants, for which I'm still waiting for a response with the FEMA grant. So there are a lot of areas I think that need to be looked at and critical components to continue our service. I did provide a packet with our statistics from 2020, which we started the ESO, which would benefit as far as statistics in our input. Then previous ones were all manual, so I did provide a copy. Honorable Alderso does have a copy, and I believe I emailed some of those to the other commissioners. So those are statistics, and those are what we have been doing with the past years with the Kayenta Township. And with that, the fire department also provides services to the Kayenta Township and surrounding areas such as fire safety, inspections. So we are moving on and trying to provide a safer environment for the community and surrounding communities. That's what I have for now.
Mr. Singer, does that conclude your presentation to the Law and Order Committee?
Yes, Madam Chair, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that, Mr. Singer. So with that, committee members, a presentation has been provided to us here by Mr. Ronald Singer regarding the Kayenta Fire Department and also the issues and concerns regarding, or I shouldn't say issues and concerns, but really the issues and then the requests that are being made at this time to the Law and Order Committee. Are there any questions at this time for the Kayenta Fire Department?
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much for the time. Also, Kayenta Fire Department for your report. And this truly speaks to service that the fire department provides to the township and Kayenta chapter, and also surrounding chapters such as into Ojeto, as far as down to Shanto Junction, as far as down to probably into Shanto, maybe even into Inscription House, and maybe down as far as Cow Spring. Then when you look to the that's to the west, to the east, maybe as far as East Nanez Eye, or maybe further into Mexican Water, or even probably into Red Lake. And then to the south, probably I would estimate probably the service area that the township fire department covers is probably past Chief Chibito into Rough Rock. I don't hear a fire station down in Mini Farms, so somewhere in that vicinity should be their service area. But what I'm getting to is that Chief Chi should have been public safety. Mr. Dalmar, as the division director of the administration, and the police, or the chief of the fire department, Mr. Chi, is allowing this fire department here that's only operating off of limited funding by one source, and maybe by Indian Health Service and what little that other entities that may have contribute, but it's not a lot. And what I'm getting to is they're serving the work of what the Navajo Nation should be servicing. And I think we really need to get Mr. Chi on, Chief Chi and Mr. Dalmar, and ask them, why is it that the Navajo Nation Fire Department is not providing services in areas where the Navajo Nation has the jurisdiction? because the township fire department is only funded by the township, and that's to service the immediate needs here within the township area. But the sales tax, that 1% is collected here in Kayenta. And those dollars are going directly into the coffers of Window Rock. And you have the issue of them trying to ask for a certain amount so that at least they can utilize cost sharing so that the nation can work with the township and to provide fire safety where the Navajo Nation has to provide. You know, I think that the discussion regarding this issue really needs to happen from the administration level, because as legislative branch, we don't have the authority to direct the president's office and the division director to do this. They should be automatically out here trying to find a solution to this. And it's a reflection to the administration and these chapters surrounding Kayenta Township is directly impacted, and the revenues that's collected in the township and Kayenta, community Kayenta, all goes to Window Rock. Monies are being hoarded in Window Rock, and it's dictated by the director there and or the chief there to how they're going to utilize those dollars. But in the meantime, communities such as Ojeto on the Arizona side and Shanto and Black Mesa and parts of the community of Peabody, Chibito, all we've got right down to Rough Rock, and there's a certain radius that this fire department services. Those communities don't have prior protection from the mother government. And I think we really need to get answers from how the fire department, from the Navajo Nation, our fire department chief, how he plans to provide fire safety. Because if I were township leadership now, if nation ain't willing to contribute to invest in the surrounding areas, I might as well, if I were a commissioner, I would say limit your area just to the township boundary. That way the people outside the township boundary will say, hey, what's going on? Navajo Nation, the administration should be here willingly. We shouldn't be trying to call them in and be on these calls or be here providing that consultation on how the cost revenues can occur. Because, you know, basically lives are being affected every day. A fire department. I'm thinking they went to do a call. Went on a call. And it's the dire need of fire protection is needed in this community, but the burden is all on the Kayenta Township. And I think as our Navajo citizens that are out there in the far yonder of Denahoto and all the way to Tisanez and to Red Mesa, we really need to get revenues to this organization, because they're not receiving Navajo Nation funds. They're not even considered in the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget. And that tells me that public safety is not providing the fire protection to the community outside the township boundary here in this region of Western Navajo. I'm very lucky we have a fire department. But here, no, it's here, but they need additional resources to continue to provide that service out to the Navajo people. And I think we really need to have that discussion. I don't know if Chief Chi's on the line or Mr. Dalmar's on the line, but we have to have a direct consultation with them, and they should be here consulting directly with the township. How can we help lessen the burden? And I know right now they're buying that fire apparatus left and right, and not knowing what else they're going to get. But I think we really need to address this legislatively. There's a legislation that was drafted in 2020, and I was looking at it, and it's requesting 5% of the allocation, and that's speaking to the sales tax revenue. And I think that's fair. If the administration is not coming here willingly to negotiate and say, hey, I think we have to step in legislatively and try to run this legislation through the process and see if the council passes this legislation. Also, we have communities such as our county government or a county in Apache County that's providing fire safety in Ganado. Then there's Nahatazzi. And I think we have to have a discussion with them that would trigger some sort of MOA. And I think the best thing to do is that if the administration is not trying to take care of this administratively, we have to step in and try to address this legislatively through what powers the council has. So this legislation that's here speaks to the township requesting for proposed legislation, allocating 5%. Why don't we sit down with Apache County and maybe talk about allocating them 5% out of that 1% sales tax that's being collected, so that Apache County will be able to receive that same amount, because there's a fire station that they have in Steamboat that services, and then there's a fire station in Ganado run by the county. And then there's another fire station in Purple Valley that's under the county directly. So I think we need to have that discussion, because, like I said, the administration is supposed to be working on this. And I don't know. I don't have excuses for them. But it's a reflection of the administration. And you have this community, the surrounding chapters, these people come into town here and purchase things, and sales taxes are being collected, and they're thinking, oh, we're spending our money, and sales taxes are being collected for fire protection. But realistically, those dollars are only going to Window Rock, and it's being hoarded in Window Rock and utilized in Window Rock for apparatuses. Fire protection. Now, I'm glad that we're having this discussion here, because chapters surrounding the township, the chapters surrounding Kayenta Township, chapter, the township is really thinking about you guys and trying to allocate funds to try to pick up that burden. But if the Navajo Nation public safety could just come forward and have a discussion and say, Chief Singer, we would like to allocate and work with you in the comprehensive budget, and we can allocate $250,000. No, that's just a number. I'm not saying that's the target number. And this is where we could help, and we need a budget form. That way, that information could be inserted into the comprehensive budget. A comprehensive budget bond is the FY 2023. And that 1% sales tax, when it was first initiated, fire department only wanted $4 million additional. That 1% generated almost $8 million across the nation. And I think that if the mother government is not stepping forward to say to Kansas Township Fire, we'll help you, we have to do it legislatively. And I'm going to tell you, New Mexico, there's fire departments that are another fire district that's taken care of by county. Navajo Nation is not putting a dime to it. And yet those county is providing service to the Navajo Nation citizens. So I think that the administration, how do we get them to work with this? And I know we tried to push the administration on some of the issues pertaining to public safety, and we were told separation of powers, stepping over your authority. And that's the hard part. And I think if we just move forward with the legislation and drop the legislation, it'll spark the executive branch to move. This 5%, maybe put it up to 40%. You're going to get them over here tomorrow and say, hey, where can we talk and things like that, because you're going to take almost half of those sales tax dollars that's generated across the nation. And again, like I said, I hope the executive branch is listening. But I really don't have an excuse for the fire department in Kayenta Township and the people that live in this vicinity on why administration has not come forward to talk and negotiate a number with Kayenta Township, because they service our Navajo community surrounding the chapter surrounding Kayenta Township. I think it's about time that we just move forward with the legislation, and we need to call a meeting with the county also from Apache County, so that we could try to get relief down to our Navajo citizens that get fire relief in the Ganado area in that region. Again, that's the radius again that they service, and then down at Perco Valley. Because when the fire happens down at Perco Valley, according to Mr. Vice Chair Smith, he indicates that Navajo people are getting a bill. County is billing them, and it reflects their credit or their personal information, and meaning that, like I said, it was going to reflect on their credit. So how can we move forward with an agreement so that these things could happen? And I think the other thing too is that we get this thing together, we have to start crafting an MOA And we need the administration's help on that and Department of Justice. But I think, and this is what I always tell my community in Tuba City. I advocate in Window Rock for our fair share revenue. It's ours too. There's nothing in the law that says it belongs to one chapter or one community. UUSB money is the Navajo people's pot of money. It's not the Navajo government's money. Therefore, we have to make sure that Kayenta Township, it's good that you're advocating for the outside out here. Nobody else is advocating for them, the way I'm seeing it. And it's really troublesome to hear that because we pay the police chief a ton of money, or our police fire chief money. Our division director, the Navajo people, pays them. Yeah, they have an attorney appointed by our Department of Justice, which the Navajo people pay. But yet they're not here to find a way to provide relief and help to the Kayenta Township. And I think that's a fair thing that you guys are asking, is that the nation to help you. Because that's the right thing to do in my mind. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm supposed to be a Window Rock bureaucrat and try to look the other way. But again, the Nahot Khalid Allah Ade is the Hindi Yadi Tehi to Khalid Ada to Handil Chita. Because public safety, fire safety is an important piece of economic development, community development, and infrastructure. And I appreciate the work that Kayenta Township's doing, and the services that they're providing to the funding that they're providing to the Kayenta Township Fire Department. Try to keep this going, and you've been operating like this for years. And I think it's time that you do ask for your fair share from the mother government. And this shouldn't be something that Window Rock Council should be opposing each other. Fire safety is something that should be on all leadership's mind for in the concept of. I'm always thinking that council is beginning to be bipartisan, two parties, not really, but where council could come together and make sure that we fund these things relating to public safety, judicial, and so forth. This is some of my thoughts. Think that again, if the administration is not moving this forward, I think we need to craft legislation to go ahead and appropriate 5% of the 1% sales tax that's being generated on Navajo to be granted to Kayenta Township. And then we can look at the fire department down in Apache County, the southern portion where there's Navajo citizens directly affected. This case. But again, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So with that, committee members, Are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair, it's a,
I'm sorry, Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours.
in this, I always think about the Navajo Nation I think Otto was saying that we need to be Republican and Democrat. I think some of us are Confederate. We don't want the government to tell us what to do. Anyway, Texas, they're not in this. If it's in the township, fire department, police department, etc., schools, universities, in that township based on any Texas, they're not in this. And that's the idea to make money based on Indo-Benia. It should be not to introduce Eliane, I don't know how many years back, township client. Of course, it basically is what you get or okay, after what you live. There are municipalities, cities that not show. In each state, they daily tax. A police department and the lead streets, the lights that from the people's the contract had any or they and the less market and the other stores or the other tax cleaning tag it out she not so it what. That's the idea of our township. I don't know how many years this township is on, but seems like the Navajo Ranch and has the couple of years back, Colorado, it's not making no money. It's supposed to make money for the tribe, to give money to the tribe, but or on his said Christian 1 million Christian other your kid, which instead of we're digging in our pocket, where this ranch should be making money with calves. But our ranch state across the United States, they make money with calves. Other based on the other stop mortgage, property tax, other in such a which that all the maintenance, everything is run with how many calves is sold and the money that's made from these calves, even the vet service and the stuff. That's how some of these other tribes, ranches work. They have association. What are they? Money they take so much out of the calf. The owners, they are not very how long they have owners, but they're about maybe 10 or 20 owners in this one ranch. That's why they call it association, and all the brands are different. When they bring them, round them all up, they all settle down overnight. In the morning, you'll see which calf goes to who. So by that, they drag it out of the cattle. They tell them what brand is on this one here. And then these brand, any brand, so that money, calf, a certain percent goes to the ranch. A ranch he was for vet service and a Kurt health. He was cowboys or any other maintenance. That's how they make a business. That's the money is going for the people. So in this case, I feel like the township is not making money for Navajo tribe. Is it what's going on to see within their property where they have all the stuff like the school, that Aggie business, that Aggie fire department, police department should be paid from the township. I don't know how long it will take for that far to get to that far to have the township to go on its own and run it, make its own money, and then accumulate enough money to give it to the tribe too. Those are the reasons why to make money. A place of to put Navajo Nation. The base of the hyena house coming the base of 9 the other the whole Navajo Nation. And that's what that ranch should be doing, but we're putting too much money in there. And also the big building we bought down in Washington, the same token, all base of the base of either, we're not making money out of them. We're just putting more money into them every year. It seems that that's how I've been seeing it ever since 3 years I've been here with this I almost had association with this brand, NNC. Dahati economically, on Dahati, some sort honest. And just for the same token, we consult that it makes a lot of money. We take a lot of time out of our division and all the three branch government by letting them wait for us while we're in a meeting. They should be doing something. So maybe an hour, 2 hours at their office. And they had to go to all these oversight committees. Some of them, four places they have to go before they get something done. So all these time, maybe 2 days, they're waiting for the council. And that 2 days, they would have did something on the ground. So government, so there's not a lot we can make money off of. We're just using money on the things that we're doing on the Navajo Nation. And that's how I see it right now. So even now, I feel like that any city has their own fire department, and that city use tax to pay to the fire department. I don't in the county then the out of the state then the but also with the tax. So I don't know if the county or the state ever put some money into the fire department on the Navajo Nation also. So it is over that desk not percentage fire department you need on so yeah. So it's that
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So, committee members, are there any other questions or comments regarding the report that has been provided to us here today? Not hearing anything, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the presenters at this time. Mr. Ronald Singer, the floor is yours.
Okay, on some of the questions, I think maybe Chris Cascoli can help out on the revenues and maybe how the department started, or the Kanta Township. Or I'll give it to acting manager Gary Laughter.
Mr. Laughter, the floor is yours. Mr. Laughter, the floor is yours. Last and final call for Mr. Laughter.
Okay, I'll pass my phone to her.
We have phone issues here, Madam Chair.
Hello, this is Geraldine Laughter with the Kanta Township Acting Town Manager. Thank you for having us host your meeting here today, Madam Chair and committee members. I've been currently the Acting Town Manager for the past 6 months here, but I've been working here with the Kanta Township for the last 10 years, going on 11. And the fire department here, we're not asking 100% funding of our fire department, because yes, we do receive tax revenues from our local businesses and leases and stuff like that, that helps to provide to our local fire department here. But there's always a shortfall with anything, especially when we're providing assistance to communities outside of the Kanta Township. That is where we're asking for help. We have a wonderful staff. I would say half of them are probably here listening in on this meeting. And we only sometimes have one person per shift assigned. So we need help. We need additional help to serve the outside communities outside Kanta Township. That is what we're asking assistance for. We work very well, I think, with the Navajo Nation in trying to get that support needed. Just this last year, we were able to provide a budget of $1.2 million just from the township revenue. And that helps them to do their work. But as always, there's a shortfall that needs to be met, especially when they're responding to incidents outside our community. And like Council Delegate Otto So stated, a lot of these communities in our areas, there's a lot. There's, I would say, about 20 surrounding communities that we have to respond to. And we need to be able to provide the support to them and then also our community at the same time. So those are the funds that we're asking for to supplement the work that we do here on behalf of the Navajo Nation as well. So we hope that you consider our proposals and our recommendation that you supplement the funding to the Kayenta Fire Department. Thank you.
Mr. Singer, does that conclude your answering of the questions that have been posed by Delegate Otto So and Delegate Eugene So?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Delegate Otto So, was your questions answered?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of follow-ups also. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead and proceed with your follow-up.
I guess one is just to get information on the record is that has the Navajo Nation Fire Department ever came to the Kayenta Township nor to the Kayenta Fire Department to have the discussion of a revenue sharing agreement? Has the Navajo Nation ever came to have that dialogue with Kayenta Township? The other is about what is, I think the number that at one point Honorable Nate Brown was requesting for was in the comprehensive budget at one point was $250,000. He was trying to get an amendment to the comprehensive budget. And that's the reason why I was, but what I'm saying is, what is the projected request for the revenue sharing dialogue? And the other is right now this is 5% on this proposed legislation, and that's a good standing point. And using the official numbers when this first sales tax revenue was collected was about almost $8 million. So if you times that times 5%, that's $400,000. And you know, what is that number that you guys are looking at that the nation could contribute to this fire department so services could be provided outside the within the region? And it's good that the township is providing this in good faith. They're not constantly reminded to fund it, but it's part of their agenda, it's part of their leadership, and I commend them for it because some chapters aren't thinking about this out there. And that is one thing. The other is to the region that you guys service, and that's how we could also craft the legislation. All the revenues, that is sales tax revenue that's collected in the region, stays in this region. They don't go to the mother government. So you have like the community of Shanto. You go out as far as Inscription House. Yeah, there's a store there. There's stores here in Kayenta. There's the visitor center. I'm not too sure if there's tax transaction going on the nation there, but that 1% could be collected there. The other is out towards to the west, Navajo. you have the new store that we funded. And then beyond that, if you go to Mexican water, that's a sales tax transaction. There's a 1% collected there at that at the diner and at that gas station. And if you go clear as far as Red Mesa, I have a store there that you could receive that way. Those dollars could just stay in this region in your service area, so that you could provide that service in the general area. Because right now, nobody is servicing those areas but you. The mother government is supposed to be servicing that. And, there's a fire department in Chinle. I'm not too sure how far they go out. The sales tax collected there, all the sales tax goes to the mother government. And it's and they're saying, oh, we're going to collect it. And like I said, if that fair share is given to your service area, that would be suffice. That way you don't, we allow the dollars to stay here. And that's just something that I see. We could get this proposed legislation crafted this way for this region, but we would have to identify where your service boundary is at. If you go, I'm not too sure if you guys go as far as Navajo Mountain, and that's the greater thing of saying, this is my service area. And I always preach about it in council. I represent the chapter. They say, oh, you have one chapter. They say, I have one chapter, but my one chapter has a population base. And here, the service area, you have a population base that could justify for those dollars to stay here, and it's collected, authorized to stay here, and distribute to the township. The township bring it back to you guys for services. And you guys could provide additional manpower, additional equipment, additional upgrades, and so forth, so that service for the people is there. Oh, it's up in the shit. It don't hurt to start from 5% or ask by region. Know that in Ojeto, on the Utah side, that's another issue into the San Juan County. Know that you guys try to help each other, but there's jurisdictional issues. But at times, you may have to go over just to help. But, there's insurance issues again, that has to be thought about. And those are the things that I look at, and I think that's the same thing that we need to plan for the community of Utah, the Utah Navajo, to allow those dollars to stay there, so that the fire department, because that's served by the county also, almost at Salt River County, San Juan County, and that goes on to Montezuma Creek and Ennis. And I'm sure there's a fire department there too. And I'm not too sure who runs that. If it's by San Juan County, why don't we just allow them to keep that whole 1% sales tax there and infuse it into the county there in this region, leave it as their service area? Then Kayenta Township identifying their service area, allowing you guys to keep the dollars here. I think that's the conversation that needs to occur, and that's going to get wonder out, tossing and turning. They're going to say, hey, they're talking about our money. They're talking about our COLA, things like that. They say, hey, you business, yeah, so even not, we have to look at this legislatively and how can we address this. And like I said, if the administration is not going to find a solution, we have to find another way to find the solution. And I think we can move forth on it. But Kansas Township and the township commissioners and township fire department and EMS figure out that service boundary, how far you go. Because I know just like Kansas PD, they go as far as west to Cow Springs. And then Cow Springs, Tuba City, and then to the north, obviously, to Chi'i. To the south, I'm not too sure how far they go. Okay. So that's my thought, and if that boundary could be determined, we could list the businesses that are in that district and allow those revenues to stay here. I think that's the only way to do it. Because other than that, you're going to continue to beg and beg and beg and beg for money. Especially if an administration turnover happens. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. So we have to do something legislatively where it's in the law. That way, each year when the council appropriates money, it's in there, and it's a must that we have to appropriate that portion of the sales tax collected to this area. And that goes for the fire station in Apache County, Vince James area. No, he has a vast area that Apache County takes care of. Also, yeah.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So, Delegate Eugene, so were your questions answered?
I hope people understand Navajo. It seems that I did motion Navajo. I kind of make examples of the cities or the towns off the reservation, how they run, and how they make money for the state and then into the federal government based on the content they starts on the people's pocket. I don't know they don't they store. I don't know if they I don't know federal tax, state tax, etc. A federal government area. A later quick billion this year. You claim that you're not in other year. That you can. That what I was by it in Ireland on its own. So town, it comes from people's money. It goes to the business. It goes to then the county picks them up, state and then the federal. What and has long a chip county. Hey, let's check how that's cute. So that's the reason why Holland took in 100 county, those state or this fire department, the police department, so in this case, has seen I don't know not see any jurisdiction or he within that little town can enter every chapter but the Navajo Nation don't see it that way. It's a yeast or basically so there's 110 chapters, 24 council that was unleashed or which kind of like it kind of defeats the purpose of the funds. The message if you go across and divide the money among everybody at the same sense of pennies that they can get for that fund. But as 50-50 and etc. So the Nago unless hold on. I unlike maybe the really developing area that Kayenta Burn site according to across the Navajo Nation. The shading rich and Lindsay and then to make it worse is to make a boundary got at the beyond a yannick And that boundary also comes with laws where the fire truck might not cross that boundary, or police department cannot pass that boundary. What I know, all your has on it, baby, can that store daily within the Navajo Nation. So what I wish the money would all be for Navajo Nation and use it as all the same way on the Navajo Nation instead of to each chapter. That way that the police department can run with the police department and make the police stations across the Navajo Nation the way they please. So much money to them, and also the fire department. It takes time to unravel these some of these. Out of that wave, not the wave not does that. So the government is just putting a lot of red tape on this funds that's going to the people. Should be going to the people. Some of them maybe last year, 5 years ago, they're still there. What also space has on in the Navajo Nation government was trying to be like the Western world. On the oversight committees. This oversight committee also is under the Health Education Human Service, RDC, and BNF, where the clienta is. There should be there should be the one council delegate. They should be taking care of the whole chapter there. You had to ask somebody else. Like right now, a good example for me is there's a state superintendent is in Chinle right now, and I didn't know anything about it, but Carl Slater is over there, so he knows the insights. So what that Aggie chatting had it on the credit for some important things. So what and I said the government is like that. Just realize it that way. So I hope the township doesn't go that route. But just think about it. Haila, that's another one. So Corona identity. County that this based off weeks to the fire department. Auto state that this on sonus it cause vice versa. It works. So all these checks that's accumulated to the annually, it goes to all these so many percent goes to all these first responders that so I don't know if we're included the Navajo Nation with the fire departments across the Navajo Nation. Yeah, they open up district and then township and so on. So that's my question. Thank you, Ajit.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene So. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments? Okay, not hearing anything. We'll go ahead and turn it back over to the
Delegate James here, Shinada.
Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shinada. Other members of LLC, other Eastern Society audience. Just real quickly here. Maybe if I talk in English, I'll get a response back. The first one was in Navajo. I didn't get a response back, so I apologize for speaking English and asking my question in English. But in regards to communication with Navajo Nation Fire, Chief of Fire Department, Mr. Larry Chief, can you explain and elaborate a little of your working relationship with Chief of the Navajo Nation, and how often do you communicate with him on a daily basis, or on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, or is it quarterly, or is it just when it is necessary to get in contact with him in regards to responding to Navajo Nation calls that you guys will assist with his department? I'd like to learn a lot more on the communication that you have with our Navajo Nation Chief Chi. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Vince James. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the presenters at this time. Mr. Ronald saw there were 2 follow-up questions and then another question that has been posed to, it sounds like the fire chief, Mr. Chi. I hope he is on the line. I don't see him on the line, but he could be calling in with a number that hasn't been identified yet. So the presenter, the presenter, Mr. Ronald Singer, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. In regards to Honorable So's question, there has been no communication with the current fire chief, Larry Chi, or any agreement with the Navajo Nation. And as far as the response area, the Kayenta Township does have a boundary within the Kayenta district. However, we at times have gone beyond that and responded to the Eastern Agency in Shiprock, and as well as the Chinle Agency, and as well as the Tuba City area, and we responded well past into the Utah border, into El Jato, Mono Valley, and as far as at least 20 miles north of the Utah border. We do respond to that area upon request of the Monument Valley Fire Department. And as we go as far as past all up to Navajo Mountain, that's our response area upon request, or if there are no other agencies responding, they do call us and we do respond to those areas. As far as the sales tax, the Kayenta Township does use revenues generated from tax to provide services, not only for the fire department, but for other areas such as the animal control, transfer stations, and other departments within the township, which the funds are generated, just like the delegate was inquiring about generating funds. The township does generate funds. However, with the decline, some areas have to be reduced because of the loss in revenues. But as far as communication with the Navajo Nation Fire and the Township Fire, there has been no communication. Again, I started last year in September, and I'm just trying to improve the fire department and our response area and our services. However, there are many areas that require services, but our funding is not there. So that's why I'm allocating for the funds to assistance from the Navajo Nation government with this 5% sales tax. Thank you.
Are you answering all of the questions from Delegate Otto So, Delegate Eugene So, and Delegate Vince James?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for that, Mr. Singer. Do we have Mr. Chi, Fire Chief for the Navajo Nation on the line?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Is this Mr. Chi?
Oh, yeah, Madam Chair.
Oh, yeah, it's Mr. Chi. The floor is yours. Were you able to catch did you hear the question that was posed to you?
Yes, most of the questions I did hear, and I also heard most of the concerns, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chi. I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you.
Oh, she had Madam Chair and committee members and listening audience via teleconferencing or in person there. I believe some of the concerns and questions are valid, but we asked that we, in the past with Kayenta Fire Department there, and the township knows this with the previous manager, that we always communicate with the previous chief there, Chris Young, and he came by, we exchanged ideas, we called each other almost on a monthly basis and sharing ideas and also coordinating community activities there, as far as parades, as far as fireworks displays, and so on. So I believe he left the department about a year ago. So since then, we have not communicated as Chief Singer indicated, but that's not unusual. But in a good light, Navajo Nation Fire was allocated 1% of the 6% sales tax, as the conversation goes. Back in 2018, under CJA-0-18, that's the resolution that was passed, and it became a law, and it's still a law. So, as mentioned by a few of the delegates there, and that was meant and only for the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue to be funded through the legislation, and that's what we're complying with. That's what we're using to this day. And the legislation does not include or state that other entities or communities, like township or other fire departments, could use that funding, but that's how the BKT and the Law and Order Committee and the Navajo Nation and the Budget and Finance, including the Speaker's Office, the President's Office, approved and supported us back in 2018. So we're in compliance with that as far as the budget and funds that we get. And just remember that those funds are not guaranteed at the same amount every year, because they're sales tax funds, and it could fluctuate up and down. It could be low the next year. We don't know until towards the budget season, where we are told this is how much you're getting. So that's how we develop our budget, and based on that, that's how the process starts. So, and every year is different. So, and then of course the needs are different, and the demand is higher than the needs that we provide as far as fire services out in the communities. And I think the main question and idea is to reduce and change the legislation that we have to reduce the funding and earmark it for other departments that are on the Navajo Nation. That would be up to the lawmakers to do that. So, but I'm not saying that it can't be done or it could be done, but we the fire department, Navajo Nation, it took a lot of time and effort and ideas and sharing information of how to develop this budget that we currently have. And so we continue to want to thrive to promote, at least start with this budget to acquire new training, new equipment. As far as facilities, we have facilities out there are outdated, and that calls for renovation. So we have a long ways to go, and we're just barely starting. So if the minds and the legal minds say that, yeah, we'll go ahead and agree with and reduce your budget and share it. On the other hand, that will reduce, imagine it's reducing services. You hire new firefighters and reducing services due to these remote areas. And additionally, sometimes no response. And renovation would come to a halt on some of these outdated buildings, specifically for the fire department. And even replacing old outdated fire trucks will come to a halt. And that will affect not only
Window Rock Fire Station, but also Tuba City, Chinley, Shiprock, Oho, Newcomb, Window Rock Fort, and Twin Arrows. So those 8 stations operate on what we have. So we really be limited to providing services as we're trying. And so, but the idea that delegates are sharing, I agree that township, similar communities that are concerned about fire protection should be really concerned about fire protection and life safety for their community, which they live in, to think out of the box and legislate new laws within the townships and within the chapters that come to K-Town and the township to help the chapters and the township to develop new laws, legislations to allocate a certain percent of what they're already allocating as far as sales taxes in those communities, and start collecting and start using it as a budget. And those are all good ideas. Those are good planning ideas, and I support that. And so in general, that's pretty much what we did with the Navajo Nation Fire is we analyze what our budget needs are. We analyze where our budget shortfalls are. And based on that, we propose the legislations that I talked about, that CJA 0718, and that's how the budget was developed. So it would be a management to pursue those ideas, and that's not just for the fire department, but also at the chapters and the township commissioner level. So other than that, as far as response area, currently we have, as everybody knows, we have 250 plus square miles that we have to cover and lacking personnel. And so that's always there. It's never going to go away. And that people need to understand. We need to understand that we will never have adequate equipment. We will never have adequate number of personnel, and we're always going to be there to ask for more funding, more equipment, and so on. So we're just here to make sure that the current personnel are safe. They have adequate equipment. They have adequate response to an emergency and come back to the fire station safely. That's what we count on a daily basis and per call. So I did ask Chinley Fire District how many calls per quarter does Kayenta come out of their area as far as quarterly reports. And they came back and told me that on average of 4 to 5 every quarter that they go out of their area. So that's minimal, but that also raises concern for the local Kayenta fire protection. So if the personnel go out into these remote areas, then that leaves the local community unprotected. So that would be a management decision to either allow to continue to allow doing that, or just comply with the memorandum of agreement that we've been submitting to Kayenta all these years, and we haven't seen an official sign off on that. So we'll continue to work with not only local but also regional areas as far as fire protection, including Kayenta, Ojeto, and then other agencies like BIA, the counties. And so it wouldn't be a bad idea to also reach out, like ideas that are being shared is to reach out to the counties and see how much funding could be allocated directly to specifically Kayenta. So that would be another avenue to research but that would be up to management to make those decisions and agreements. Madam Chair, yeah, although also Hasido.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chi. So we do have the fire chief of the Navajo Nation on the line as well, colleagues. With that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Chair.
Delegate
Also.
Vince James, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yeah, again, LOC, the presenters, Notlanigi, the audience. And then thank you for Mr. Chi being on the line. In regards to communication, my first question to you is going to be, how many times have you done a courtesy call to check on other fire departments that are not, according to you, that are not under your jurisdiction? Just to do a follow-up on a certain plan or ideas that you shared? That'd be my first question. And my second question is, who are your contact persons that you made connection with regarding reaching out to other entities? And how many MOU, MOA agreements do you have with these entities, or that you've started and it's going through the process of 164? And my third question is, can you tell us, you indicated from the beginning that there are some valid points. Can you tell us what statements are not valid points? And can you elaborate on those valid points that you indicated that are not valid? Is the cognitive that I understood on you making that statement, that there are some valid points? So if you can tell us which statements of the lawmakers of LOC, which ones are not valid, and if you could elaborate on that. My last questions is in regards to, I like the way you quoted it, is thinking outside the box and unquote. And when you make this quote and then afterwards saying that, that the lawmakers of the Navajo Nation should make the budget, or to get rid of the current budget, that is not thinking out of the box attitude that I have an understanding of. And so can you explain to Law and Order Committee on what you mean that LOC and the lawmakers should do the budget? And the reason why I say this is you're the chief, you're the fire chief, and you've been in your position for so long and for many years. And I would assume that you have the knowledge and the expertise to know where the need is to accommodate our Navajo people. And you would come to us as LOC and say, hey, these fire departments are not part of my department, but they're assisting the Navajo Nation. And the work that they do to provide the service that we can't get to, or to the calls that we can't get to because of personnel issue or whatever, can we come into this agreement? And that same sort of planning and providing that kind of message is what I look up to you as. But to say, hey, if you want to do the budget and do away with the budget, this is how it's going to interrupt service to our Navajo people, that is not leadership. And that is very disturbing to hear of how service should be provided from your office and the leadership that's coming from your office. So if you can explain to us regarding that thinking outside the box, how lawmakers need to make the budget, that would be something that would be where we as like leaders really need to sit down and talk about this with you. I'm just shocked that you even made that statement that we should do away with the budget and start our new budget. And so if you can give me some information on that, I'll greatly appreciate that. Other than that, thank you to you and your staff for providing the service that you guys can do at this point. But I know it's going to be a continuous problem to hear all of these concerns and what is it that we are doing to address all these concerns, that we can go back to our local communities to inform them of, we hear your concerns. I would like to say thank you for the service that you guys have done up to this far, and I'm assuming you guys will continue your service as well. So with that, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the time to ask these 4 questions here. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Delegate Vince James. Those were a lot of questions. So what I'll do is I'll go back to the presenter to answer those questions specifically, and then I'll go back to the floor for committee members. So with that, Mr. Chi, Mr. Singer, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, let me answer a few of those questions. This is Chief Chi. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chief Chi, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thinking outside the box meant to have the local chapters and government that are collecting sales tax at the local level to think outside the box to legislate new laws to get budgets supporting the local public safety. So that was the think outside the box idea, and that's good that that the local government can do that. And fire service is not the only department or program within DPS that needs support as far as funding and so on. There's police, there's CI, there's corrections, there's EMS, and there's DEM. So those are other things to think about. And the other thing is making contact with other agencies, not to say that they're not important, but I've talked to Chief Snyder recently, I would say about 3 weeks ago, on the MOA that was submitted to him, following up on that. And then also Ganado, Chief Woody there, I talked to him about 3 weeks ago about the same thing as far as MOA. And then also requesting for additional other information. And we did coordinate with him on the new purchase of their fire trucks. So we helped along, and so that made the process a lot easier for them. And as far as Kayenta, EMS, and other programs there, as far as DPS, yes, we coordinate. Every Monday we meet. So other than those departments, I have not heard a call or an email from the fire department yet. So, but we try to submit and coordinate through phones or emails, submitting MOAs. The new MOAs are out there. As far as MOAs, we submitted new MOAs with San Juan County, New Mexico, Gallup Fire Department, Perco Valley, Ganado, Kayenta, and so on. So we continue to work with them. I would think that might be it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chi. Mr. Singer, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. On the question about any MOA, as far as I'm concerned, there is no MOA with the Navajo Nation. However, we are seeking other MOAs, looking into that, also with other counties such as San Juan County, Utah. And the other concern, I guess, would be yes, we do provide services off the Kayenta Township to the Navajo Nation, and we will continue to provide services to assist the Navajo Nation, only because, as part of our due act as the fire department, we don't turn away or avoid it. That's part of our services with the fire department. We will continue to provide services and assist the Navajo Nation Fire if assistance is needed. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Delegate Vince James, were your questions and concerns answered?
Shanale Yat Ehnana, Madam Chair. One question that was not answered was, Chief Chi, you indicated that there are some valid points that were made. Can you tell us which statements are not valid that we made? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chief Chi, the floor is yours to answer Delegate Vince James's question.
Not valid points. As far as the CJ 078-18 legislation, it clearly states that the law was made for Navajo Nation Fire to get those funding. So, but similar, the reason why I made that statement is it's a valid point to get that legislation and make that a sample for an example for K-Town and other communities to also, make that a valid point to use that and at their advantage to produce new legislation. And so that's there for, public, that's there for public viewing. So that was my point there. So I'm not sure what other way I can explain that, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Chief Chi. So committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding the presentation?
Madam Chair, the Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chief, for being on the line. And with the dialogue I had with information pertaining to the service area that Kayenta Fire Department is covering, it looks like they're covering the Kayenta Police District. So, based off of the dialogue I got from you is that Kayenta Township has never came to us or the fire department asking for any money. That's basically what you're saying. And then the other is so in your mind, who is responsible for the communities such as Chibito, Navajo, Oljeto on Arizona side, Santo, Navajo Mountain, Description House, Black Mesa, and in your mind, you're saying that, to me, basically you're saying, we don't want to give any money to Kayenta Township. We don't want to share. That's basically how I'm getting your answers. But really, delicately, I don't know, but it didn't need that. Alcohol, if Kayenta Township commissioners say, okay, we're gonna put our feet down and we're not gonna service anything beyond the township boundary. How do you plan to provide fire protection service to those other regions in Kayenta Police District? Because you have an entity that's providing fire safety and just basically asking for help. You have a full staff, Nanda Anish. I'm sure your staff can get on the phone and call Kayenta Fire Department or the township. Say, hey, let's have a conversation. Chief Cheese headed to Kayenta. Can we meet up pertaining to this matter? Maybe there's like a rollover in near Chibito. Who covers that? I think that Kayenta Fire Department will be there. Not from Chinle. And these are just something that I think that can be done administratively, and it shouldn't be here, Shinanta. It shouldn't be here. Nakakapik epeso natit from council to through the comprehensive budget. Tell us this is how much money we need to provide services. Yes, there's dark zones. This is how we plan to cover that. These dark zones, this is the entities we are working with. These are the fire districts we are working with to try to cover the dark zone, because that's what public safety is doing. Have a dark zone in the eastern portion of the nation, and they really communicate with the, like the state and the county to help each other. But how do you plan to provide services if one day they say, okay, we're going to limit our service back to the township over here, and that burden's going to come back on you because you're the Navajo Nation fire chief. So if the idea of your office not coming to the middle to negotiate or communicate or get an MOA with the fire district here, how do you plan to provide fire safety for the other regions, such as Red Mesa, Mexican Water, Navajo, Chibito, Chanto, Description House, Navajo Mountain, the Oljeto area on the Arizona side? How do you plan to bring fire protection to those areas if the township just says, okay, let's just deal with inside the township area? Because I think that's probably one way to get the nation to come to the table. And you're the fire chief, and you're supposed to find these solutions pertaining to the issue of fire safety. Oh, Aban, this case. The other is sales tax. Ryan Kiki. It based on annual clean. the taxes, if the taxes collected, including is the taxes collected include the Kayenta service area. How much of that is destined for Kayenta service unit as it gets to Winter Rock, as you budgeted things in the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget? So last year, fiscal year 2022, how much did you earmark for Kayenta service area of the comprehensive budget? And how much have you earmarked for the, service area for the Canado region and into Perco Valley? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to Mr. Chi to answer the questions. Mr. Chi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. As far as how to take care of these, as referred to, black areas, that can be solved through memorandum of agreements we've submitted, and that agreements pretty much stipulate areas and how a fire department that's in the MOA will commit themselves to responding to those areas. So that's been there for years and submitted to most and all fire districts. And the recent one that was sent out to most of them is a new template that came out through DOJ. So those are still pending as far as this year. We submitted to all the fire departments. So we haven't received one that's been signed yet, that's returned back to our office. So that would be the key factor of coverage. And response, a lot of times and most of the time, as far as police districting area across the nation, response area is pretty much within the area of police districting, and Kayenta initially will get the call and they would call out service requests as far as what's needed out there. So that is pretty much, as far as response, dependent on how the police district page out the fire department and where it is and how much manpower or equipment's needed. And so that's as far as response area. And from there, the services are committed to different programs to respond. An example, police, EMS, or DM also respond to those regions as far as requests for response. So it depends on the caller and the area. So as far as MOAs and response areas, so those are is there, and that's been there for years. So as far as earmarking budgets for Kayenta, our budget pretty much stipulate that it's for Navajo Nation Fire Department and its operation. And so that's where I suggest use of that template to have communities use that as a sample to develop their own legislation to support their public safety program. So that's there for use. And I think that's pretty much the answers that I have. I don't know what Mr. Singer has. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chi. Mr. Singer, is there anything you'd like to add on to that?
Madam Chair, no, not at this time. I didn't really. I'd like to have Commissioner Chris Gascoli. He has a few questions or words.
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Brown, if we could hold off, where the presenters are currently answering questions right now. Mr. Singer, if you can go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Okay, I was saying Commissioner Chris Cascoli would like to say a few things.
Commissioner Cascoli, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee. Shay Chris Cascoli and She Sloan plus Bashashin. Nake Dene and Dashiche do Torigini Dashinella. I'm one of the 5 members, commissioner members of the Kayenta Township. And the Kayenta Township back in 2018 had mimicked the nation's allocation of the 1% of the 6% tax. However, our language, our resolution was only reflective to the 11 square miles of the roughly 12 square miles of the Kayenta Township. However, we did not incorporate any language to include surrounding chapters, communities, but we, in due regard to that, we've good faith, we've actually extended our operations to those particular chapters. Now the commission is seeking assistance to help encompass the sales tax to cover those negative balances that we incur with our local fire department. Back in 2019 and 2020, our commissioners, as well as our then town manager, had seek supporting resolutions, and to this date, we still have those supporting resolutions from the Denahoto, Chalchimbato, Navajo Mountain, Oljeto, Shanto, and the Inscription House chapters in support of the 5% of the 1%, 5% of the 1% sales tax allocation. So those are things that we're seeking, members of Law and Order. I think that's something that we would, as a commission, would like to work together on, along with the Mr. Larry Chi, and the township is set up to collect or even have the financial structure to make sure that these dollars are allocated towards the operation of the fire department. Within these past 3 years, because of the operational costs to maintain equipment and the fire trucks, the Township Commission actually had to dip into its savings to allocate 2 fire trucks, 1 ladder truck, and a engine. So similar to the undesignated reserve fund that is set up with the Navajo Nation, the township has a similar pot of money just in case. And what it had to do was dip into its savings to purchase these fire trucks. That was aside from their normal operating budget. So as you can see, that there is a great need. We probably took a lot of that savings away from some of our economic development opportunities, and reallocated that to our public safety. But again, if it were just Kayenta alone, there probably wouldn't have been a huge need to replace those trucks, because a lot of these trucks have gone out to various chapters and communities to provide that fire protection and life safety. In fact, just a few minutes ago, our fire department just left outside the township boundary and is responding to a fire at the nation's solar plant. So as you can see, that these are real scenarios in terms of our fire department providing those services to the nation and to the surrounding chapters. So if I may, Madam Chair, that these draft resolutions at least be looked at in terms of continuing our continuity of services provided by the Kayenta Township Fire Department. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, we do have Dana Bobroff who would like to add a little bit more information into the discussion that we're having. Ms. Bobroff, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Law and Order Committee. For those on the line, this is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. And I've been listening to the discussion this morning. There's a couple of things that I want to point out to ensure that all information is out there. As Chief Chi pointed out, there was a fire and rescue fund established with sales tax revenues. That was established by CJA-07-18. I sent out a copy of that legislation to the committee members at approximately 12 o'clock. Let me know if you didn't get it. What that legislation does is it establishes a fire and safety, a fire and rescue services fund. And that fund is to be appropriated, and I'm reading from the resolution. The Fire and Rescue Services Fund is to be appropriated pursuant to a fund management plan approved by the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. That mandate is repeated twice in the legislation. The legislation amended 24 NNC 620, and that mandate for the fund management plan is listed both in 620B and 620C. I'm bringing this up because despite my best efforts, I have not been able to locate a fund management plan that was approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. So my question would be to Mr. Chi, I suppose, as to whether a fund management plan has been approved. And as the committee is aware, a fund management plan is often used and is an appropriate place to make a determination as to how dollars are going to be distributed to various entities, to various programs, departments. That was the first part of my question. The second part, and this gets a little into legalese, is that actually if you read through the legislation itself, skip the title, just read the legislation. Nowhere in the legislation does it say that the dollars are going to the Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue Services Department or the Fire and Rescue Department. The only place that says that is in the title. And the titles are not necessarily legally binding. Titles of legislation are always trumped by what's in the body of the legislation. And in the body of the legislation, it does not do a specific appropriation to the Navajo Nation Fire Department or Fire and Rescue Department. Actually, what it does is it establishes a fund that and that is the Fire and Rescue Services Fund, and that fund is to be appropriated pursuant to a fund management plan. That's what I wanted to share, Madam Chair. I hope that brought more information to the committee. And as I'm listening to the discussions, if there is a desire to fund the township fire department or provide them some type of funding, that could be accomplished through the fund management plan. Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Dana, for the clarification and also for sending us that information that you just now covered. Committee members, I know that was a lot to take in, but are there any other questions or comments at this time? And for
Madam
the
Chair?
record, I'm sorry, hold on, Vice Chair. So for the record, we do have Chair Daniel So, who is on the line with us from Health Education Human Services. And I believe we also have, oh, I thought I saw another delegate. I apologize. We do have Chair Daniel So on the line. So with that, Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this question is to Dana. So if that 1% is really not in the language identifying Navajo Fire Rescue, the funds to go to the Navajo Fire Rescue Department, and we have that department budgeting for those dollars during the annual comprehensive budget, are they budgeting monies from an area that shouldn't be budgeted for them, meaning that those dollars should be going to the UUSB? That's one. Number two, how soon and how fast can you have an amendment drafted for this for monies, a certain percentage to stay or to be allocated to a certain fire district within the Navajo Nation? And then the percentage-wise, we can have a discussion on that in Winter Rock. And from there, I guess we could have the conversation on the council floor there, because I think we have to do this. And the least is that the people in this region in Kayenta Service Unit deserve that. Right now, the Kayenta Service Unit outside the Kayenta Township is not being serviced by the Navajo Nation Fire Department, Fire and Rescue. Then there's no, something happens in Shanto Junction at the store. I guarantee you the Kayenta Fire Department will be driving down there. The city won't be there. Even Chinle or Shiprock won't come out, too far. So if we can, you could give me some timelines, because I'm willing to drop legislation to amend the language in the 1% sales tax. And I think that will go, and I believe that's why Daniel So is on the line too, because he falls in the same area in Eastern Navajo. And I think that if we could have that discussion and allocate some of those dollars in the comprehensive budget to these service providers in this region, the Kansas service area, I think it's doable, because people living in Kansas service unit, they're paying this 1% sales tax, thinking that the Navajo Nation is providing fire safety, but the monies are going to Winter Rock, and he just indicated where the dollars are being used. Everywhere else except Kayenta Service Unit. All of you chapter officials on the line. Whatever sales tax is generated here on that 1%, it's not used here. It's taken to Winter Rock. And it's used on every part of the Navajo Nation except Kayenta Service Unit, Venado area, and even Sanders. And then Honorable Daniel So's area. So maybe we should identify Kayenta Township, in the language to keep the revenue here. Whatever revenue is collected in Kayenta Service Unit to stay here for that service. Because I don't think there's a plan of the Navajo Nation, nor did we hear from the fire and rescue to say, hey, we plan to build a fire station in that vicinity. We will be able to pick up the service area, the other service area. And that's just one of my thoughts, Dana, if we could sort of start thinking outside the box on how we could collectively try to look at leaving the money in Kayenta Service Unit. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto. So, Dana, did you get all that?
Madam Chair, I think I got most of it. Do you want me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. First question was whether because there's not a fund management plan, whether the funds were going to the UUFB. The answer is no. The funds clearly under CJA 07-18 would get deposited into the Fire and Rescue Services Fund. As far as how they have been appropriated without the fund management plan, that's a question that I can't answer right at the moment. That would need to be addressed by OMB. My understanding is that OMB releases a dollar amount to Mr. Cheese Shop each budget period, and they develop their budget from there. But I'm not sure how OMB is doing that without a fund management plan. In the fund management plan, as in most fund management plans, they usually, for this type of fund, they usually include that a certain dollar amount will go to specific entities, or alternatively, that a specific percentage of the total dollar amount will go to specific entities. So as far as how is OMB doing it without a fund management plan, I don't know as of yet. I will try to find out what I can. As far as amendments to CJA 07-18 or an additional type of sales tax statute, all amendments to the Navajo Nation tax statutes have to go first in front of the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. So it's usually not a quick, it's usually not possible to get them through the legislative process quickly, but we can certainly start working with Delegate So to prepare something that he can take to the tax commission. I think I covered everything, Madam Chair. If not, I am sure that Delegate So or one of the other committee members will let me know. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Chief Chi, can I answer that fund management plan?
Hold on. Thank you for that information, Dana. And as, I guess, Fire Chief Chi, if you can respond to that.
Yeah, thank you. Dana, if you're still on the line, thank you for your expert opinion and observation. If you, under RFS number 18-0679, the fund expenditure and management plan proposal, we have a letter from Candace Martin back in 2018 of August the 17th. Because since we started this sales tax funding for the department or under Navajo Nation Fire, we've always been questioned the same thing over and over to establish a fund management plan or expenditure plan. So I did some research through some of the legislations or funding plans that are out within the tribe. And so I established per the legislation, I established a fund management plan to be processed. But on that date, August 17, 2018, Ms. Martin returned with a memo stating that the Navajo Nation Department of Justice is in receipt of your draft fund management and expenditure plan under CJA 07-18. Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue will be allocated 1/36 of the Navajo Nation sales tax revenue. And Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue will not be collecting the sales taxes. That will be done by the Navajo Nation Tax Commission. So then what's collected by Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue will be appropriated its portion of the revenue. And further, she says, therefore, the allocation of sales tax revenue to Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue Services does not require a fund management plan or a fund expenditure plan. Navajo Nation Fire and Rescue is only required to develop a fund expenditure plan or fund management plan when this is the memo to me saying you begin to collect fee for services. And further on, she says, it is DOJ's understanding that Navajo Nation Fire Rescue does not intend at some point to begin providing inspections, etc., on a fee for services basis. If that does occur, this will require a fund management plan or fund expenditure plan. Since the fund management plan that you submitted for approval does not pertain to your proposed fee for services activities, it is legally insufficient. That's what I was told, so we're not required, in essence, in general, that we don't need to establish a fund management plan or an expenditure plan. Basically, we do not collect fees directly from services that we provide. The tax officer actually collect that and then transfers the funds to us. So that was the opinion on that, August 2018. So I will forward this to you, Dana, and Madam Chair, that's my response to the expenditure plan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I need to respond back to that, please.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chi. Dana, you have the floor.
Thank you. I do believe, so Office of Legislative Counsel is not aware of that opinion from Department of Justice. I strongly recommend that you seek a new opinion from the Department of Justice. Just by what you read, I can understand that, I can see that Ms. Martin did not understand what you were requesting. It may have been that your fund management plan was drafted for a fee to service type arrangement, but that is not what is required under CJA 07-18. that statute that I've read, CJA 07-18, specifically says in two places that you are to have a fund management plan. The Department of Justice cannot overrule a statute. And I'm thinking that Ms. Martin just misunderstood what was being requested. So I strongly suggest that you request a new legal opinion on the fund management plan. Perhaps you even work with the Department of Justice to develop the fund management plan, or with the Office of the Controller. But I do appreciate that memorandum is out there. You, of course, because of that memorandum, have protection. Nonetheless, I strongly disagree with it, and I do appreciate you sending me a copy. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you for that, Dana. We'll go ahead and proceed forward. Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
So what I am hearing, and that was sort of what I was thinking, what Madam or our Chief Legal Counsel talking about, because any type of fund that's being collected requires a fund management plan. Even if it's earmarking certain sales revenues and going into a proprietary account. So this means that for a number of years, the funds that were collected for the fire department were really not authorized by law, because it did not have a fund management plan in place to authorize the usage of those funds among what guidelines are supposed to be in the fund management plan. So if the funds are being utilized without a fund management plan, who's responsible for using funds that are allocated and distribute or utilized without a fund management plan? And I know that this was part of the comprehensive budget. Council did approve this to be part of the comprehensive budget. And what I'm getting to is that the program should be able to have the legal aspects from Department of Justice. At the time, Candace Martin was a Department of Justice attorney. And I really hope that these dollars are, it's being utilized, but it's being utilized without any management plan. So that's all I'm getting to. And is there any type of repercussion of what may happen, Dana, legally? The program spends money funding without a fund management plan. Thank you.
I believe that question was directed towards Dana. Dana? Second call for Dana.
I apologize, Madam Chair. I had two mute buttons on. I didn't realize it. My apologies. So what I was saying that what I left out of my previous discussion is that there's nothing in CJA 07-18 that states that the Fire and Rescue Department will be collecting the revenues. No, what happens is that the tax commission, the tax office, they collect revenues. They're then forwarded to, I'm not sure if it's OMB or OOC, and then they are deposited into the Fire and Rescue Services Fund. And then after they're deposited in that fund, then they would be appropriated pursuant to the fund management plan. It would work, this also included in that, in the same legislation, CJA 07-18, is the Judicial / Public Safety Facilities Fund. And it operates the same way. The money gets deposited into the fund and then dispersed or appropriated pursuant to the fund management plan. So this is intended to work the same way. As far as whether somebody should be held responsible, I'm sure somebody could be held responsible for the prior appropriations without the fund management plan. I'm just not sure at this point in time who it would be. You've got the Fire and Rescue Services, which gets notification from OMB that they have this much dollars to develop a budget with. So I can't imagine that the Fire and Rescue Services Department is the one to be held responsible for this. In addition, they have the DOJ letter, which however much I think that letter is wrong, it still does protect the Fire and Rescue Services. So maybe it's OMB where the mess up came. But then you go further, and the appropriation itself was approved by leadership, by council, signed off on by the president. So this may be one of these instances where people are notified. They can be reprimanded if you wish, as the fact that they were not complying with the statute in the past. But I think that's about as far as you can get right now. And we just need to correct this going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Thank you for that, Dana. Vice Chair Otto.
So, Dana, if the funds are set up as the same way as the Judicial Public Safety Funds, number one question is LOC the final authority for as the same as Judicial Public Safety Fund? Because I know Judicial Public Safety Fund, LOC is the final authority. And along those lines, as these dollars, can these dollars be utilized and tapped into the same way that we can tap into the Judicial Public Safety Fund for other appropriations? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. So with that, Dana, do you have a response?
I do have a response, at least to part of the question. As far as the Law and Order Committee being the final authority, That would be something that is determined within the fund management plan. The way the legislation, CJA 0718, is written is that it will be the Budget and Finance Committee that approves the fund management plan. However, as you're aware, all fund management plans need to be recommended by the Oversight Committee before they go to the Budget and Finance Committee. So the fund management plan will come to you first, to Law and Order Committee first, before it goes to the Budget and Finance Committee. As far as what the fund management plan says and how it determines to do appropriations or distributions, if you will, that will really depend on what is in the fund management plan that gets approved. But I think there probably is room to include what Delegate So has asked about. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Delegate Otto, so perhaps we should just go ahead and all the questions that you have pertaining to this this fund management plan, maybe we can just email Dana and get the answers in writing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Vice Chair. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding the report that has been provided to us here today? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to accepting the report. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jane votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
What is so here?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for this, for the assistance, Sherelle. So with that, we do have a 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. We'll go ahead and we appreciate your time, Chief Chi, also Mr. Ronald Singer, your agents. We appreciate you being on the call, providing us this report and letting us know where things are at. So with that, you are all excused from at this time. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward now to item number 6, old business. There is none. Item number 7, we need a nomination for the Dana Action Plan Advisory Group. This is being led by Delegate Crotty. The Office of the Speaker is seeking recommendation for a designee to participate in the advisory group for the Dana Action Plan resolution, which was signed into law on October 14th, 2021. We need a motion and a second to discuss this item and to appoint a Law and Order Committee member. So committee members, can I get a motion and a second?
Vice Chair motion.
Vice Chair motions. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second made by the Honorable Vince James. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and start this discussion. So just as a reminder, the Dana Action Plan was passed on October 14th, 2021. So now they are developing an advisory group. The request has been that we appoint somebody from the Law and Order Committee. At this time, I'd like to ask committee members, is there anyone who would like to volunteer? If we don't hear any volunteers, I will be happy to assist with the advisory, the action plan. Committee members?
I'll volunteer.
Okay, at this time, we do have Delegate Eugene So that is willing to volunteer. Vice Chair Otto So, was there something that you were going to say?
Yes, I was gonna indicate that we just nominate you relating to the action plan since you serve as the chair. That was my recommendation. That way you could have that discussion there, and you're in the midst of the conversation, serving as a chairwoman also. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair, but we do have a volunteer at this time. Honorable Eugene So, you are willing to serve on this advisory committee, is that correct?
Oh, I need them to hear my version of the Navajo Nation.
Okay, so with that, we do have a volunteer, Honorable Eugene So. Committee members, we're gonna go ahead and at this time nominate Delegate Eugene So for the Dana Action Plan Advisory Group. Are there any questions or any comments at this time? Not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you go ahead and assist us with the roll call vote? And Lorraine, let the record reflect that Honorable Eugene So has volunteered to be on the Action Plan Advisory Group. So if we can go ahead and get a letter out to Speaker's office, letting them know that the Law and Order Committee did meet today. It was on a discussion item under new business, and that the nominee and the is Honorable Eugene So. So with that, committee members, let's go ahead and go to vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh,
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, we are done with this discussion topic, and we can go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. Next, we do have discussion item B. The Azet Ben Nagahav Diné Nation Executive Board is requesting for the Law and Order Committee to meet on May 9th, 2022 at the Chinle, Arizona ABNDN site to hear concerns about what is happening with the decriminalization of peyote in various states. They would like to present their resolution officially to the Law and Order Committee. That a copy of the resolution was sent into Office of Legislative Counsel to drop legislation. I just got word that the legislation has been completed, so I'll be picking up that legislation and delivering that to the Office of Legislative Services. So with that, can I get a motion and a second at this time to put this, to start discussing this matter?
are you sure? That's it.
Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Motion made by Honorable Eugene So, second by Honorable Vince James. With that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments on the invitation for May 9th, 2022?
Not hearing anything.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Otto.
What time?
Go ahead.
What time?
At our usual time, 10 o'clock, because that's like a regular Law and Order Committee meeting.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Vice Chair. So with that, committee members, we'll go ahead and go and proceed forward to the vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Oh, God, it's
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote? Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, three in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle, with a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. We have scheduled Lorraine. Please make sure that this is on the LOC agenda. Please make sure that you are coordinating with the AB&B and executive board members. We will be having our regular Law and Order Committee on May 9th in Chinle, Arizona at the AB&B site. So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. We do have the next item, Police Officer Week in Washington, D.C. is May 11th through the 17th. There are 2 officers whose names will be added to the memorial. These are officers who fell in the line of duty. The Law and Order Committee did not participate in the 2021 Officers Week because we were still in the middle of COVID, and that information was not sent to our office. We also did not participate in the 2020 because the event was, I don't believe they had an event because of COVID. And then in 2019, we did not participate that week because there was, I can't remember what was going on that week, so we were not able to attend. But since that time, I believe there are 4 names that have been added. Director Delmar, are you still on the line? Director Delmar? I don't see Director Delmar on the line, but I believe that there are a total of 4 officers that have been added to the memorial. With these 2, I believe it will be 6 officers. So the question is who will be attending? I believe the memorial, the event is 1 day. And then they also, so it's really kind of a week-long event, but they also have conferences that are going on. And they also advocate at the Capitol for more funding from Congress to help assist with public safety. So with that, again, because we haven't participated, there's really no, I don't really have any past experience to say that this is what happens. But I do need to know who will be attending. Committee members, I do plan to attend. I'm flying out on May 14th, and I will be attending the memorial event, and I will be flying back on May 17th, which is a Tuesday. So I'll be conducting the Law and Order Committee on the 16th there while I'm in DC. Committee members, can we get a, I guess we already have a motion in a second, but are there any questions or any comments at this time? Actually, we didn't get a motion in a second for the police week. So can I get a motion in a second?
Motion, Delegate
Can I
James.
get a motion, please?
Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate James.
Second by Honorable Vince James. Committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or do you guys have enough information right now to let us know if you will be attending? Honorable Eugene So will be attending, Lorraine.
Delegate James will be attending.
Delegate Vince James, go ahead.
Yes,
Delegate Vince James.
I will go ahead and make plans to attend as well.
Thank you, Delegate Vince James. And Delegate Vince James, I believe that one of the officers was actually from your area. So thank you for attending. Delegate Otto So, do you have any idea at this point whether you'll be attending or not?
I'd probably be going. I was planning leaving to DC this week, and with the scheduling and things going on for this week and next week, it's pushing my schedule out for another 2 weeks for DC. So it falls in line of the time that you guys are out there. So.
Perfect. All right. So Lorraine, can you go ahead and get an ORT going on behalf of Law and Order Committee? We will be attending the Police Week, and then most importantly, the memorial honoring our Navajo police officers who have fallen. So if you can get that ORT going, and I can go ahead and get it signed, and then we can go ahead and start making preparations for DC. So with that, let's go ahead and vote on this for Police Week. So we have Honorable Vince James, Honorable Eugene So, Vice Chair Otto South, and myself who will be attending at this time. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene So, how do you vote?
Vote is, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Edwin Yawzi, how do you vote? Honorable Edwin Yawzi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Clinton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Clinton, not voting, and Honorable Edwin Yawzi absent, Madam Chair. Thank you for that. So with the vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, the discussion item is hereby resolved. Again, Lorraine, if you could assist us with the Law and Order Committee ORT. Next, we do move down to the next item on the agenda, and that is to designate a Law and Order Committee member to be on Judge Clyde's 3rd 6-month performance review team. And again, committee members, we have been assigned to various district court judges who are up for evaluation. Their evaluation period will be ending here soon. So with that, can I get a motion and a second to have this item discussed?
Motion, Delegate James.
Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. I'll go ahead and put Delegate Vince James down as the second. So with that, committee members, are there any committee members who would like to volunteer to be on Judge Clyde's performance review team?
Madam Chair, I'll volunteer.
Vice Chair Otto So volunteers. So with that, we do have a volunteer at this time. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments? Not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you go ahead and assist us with the roll call vote, and we'll be designating Vice Chair Otto So, an LOC member, to be on Judge Clyde's 3rd 6-month performance review team. Sherelle?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene Sell, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene Sell votes green. Honorable Otto Sell, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Sell votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Meeting, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Meeting not voting, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. This discussion item has been discussed by the Law and Order Committee and an appointment has been made. Lorraine, if you can go ahead and prepare that letter so that and send it to the judicial branch, I'll be prepared to sign it. So with that, committee members, we are now down to item 8 on the agenda. We do have a close of the meeting. Before I call for a motion to adjourn, I'd like to ask, are there any announcements at this time from any of the committee members? Not hearing anything. Just a reminder, committee members, on April 28th, in 3 days, we do have a meeting with Budget and Finance. This is a teleconference meeting. It is to discuss. It's to discuss the an overview of CS-49-21. I thought that this was Lorraine. I thought this was the discussion for the COAs that are currently in place right now. Am I incorrect on this?
Yes, Madam Chair. And that COA, it's where that legislation is the budget legislation.
Oh, okay, the CS-49-21. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, we also have May 9th. We'll be meeting in person in Chinle, Arizona. I believe that this meeting will be taking place at this time. It sounds like it'll be taking place inside, but I think if more ABNDN members want to participate, it may be moved outside. May 16th is our regular our regular Law and Order Committee meeting, and then May 23rd as well. We also have just an FYI, the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women's event that will be happening at the Navajo Nation Museum on the 5th and on the 6th of May. And then again, Lorraine, if you can go ahead and add that Law and Order Committee will be in Washington, D.C., May 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th. We may need to move our Law and Order Committee to have a special meeting when we return back from Washington, D.C., possibly on the 30th. So add that to the discussion item for the on the next agenda. Other than that, committee members, just a reminder that it is May. I know that I'm getting a lot of invitations from schools. We got our invitation from Navajo Technical University as well as Dana College. We have various high schools around the Navajo Nation that are also sending out invitations as well. So just be mindful that May is graduation month. So make sure that you try to remember the schools that you've already committed to. Other than that, there's no other discussion topic. Again, I will ask the committee members one more time, are there any other announcements that need to be made at this time? Not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you assist us? Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get a motion and a second to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion made by Honorable Eugene So. Can I get a second?
Second by Vice Chair.
Second made by Vice Chair Honorable Otto So. With that, can we, Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jan votes green.
Vince James votes green. Honorable Eugene Sell, how do you vote? Honorable Otto Sell, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Otto Sell votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie, how do you vote? Honorable Eugene Sell, how do you vote?
But is okay.
Honorable Eugene Silver, excluded. Honorable Edmund Yazdi, how do you vote? Honorable Madam Chair Charles Mehina, 3-0, opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting. Honorable Edmund Yazdi absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. We are hereby adjourned at 2:09 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for being on this call and for listening into the Law and Order Committee meeting. Have a good day.